Ladies and gentlemen, please. Good morning, everybody.
Dobro jutro svima i dobrodošli na summit Zapadnog Balkana 2024. godine. 2 godine je prošlo od kako smo imali prethodni summit i u toku od ove 2 godine kad pogledamo Kosovo, kad pogledamo oko Prištine, vrlo je jasno kako je aktivna bila ova država, koliko je bila zauzeta i koliko je ona dogurala u kratkom vremenskom periodu. Sa tim na umu hoću da punim moje čestitke svima ovde, svima prisutnima, da vam isto tako čestitam i Dan nezavisnosti sutra. Znam da će to da bude jedna zabava. Danas ćemo da idemo da vidimo kakav je pejzaž ekonomski i politički na Kosovu i u Zapadnom Balkanu. Pogledat ćemo šta će da bude u nadolazećim mesecima, u dolazećim godinama ekonomski. Mislim da smo optimistični, mogu bih tako da kažem, da region očekuje da poraste za 3,4% 2024-2025 i da dostigne jedan prosek EU i širom sveta. Za Kosovo to će biti, oni će ispuniti više nego što su očekivali. Ako ispune reforme koje su planirane i nadamo se da je ovaj region dobio 10 milijarde ovo sa čitavim regionom i jedan veći deo toga već je potrošen na ove radove i ova investicija se očekuje da pomeri taj balans, rasti infrastrukturu, digitalizaciju i ključne delove za razvoj na duže staze, o čemu ćemo pričati danas. Turizam.
Driving growth, and without question, there's a lot of building work going on. The Economist used to run something in London called the Cranes Index, where an Economist editor would look out of the window of the tower where the Economist was based and count the number of cranes they could see on the horizon. And as that number of cranes went up and down, they would judge how active and how busy the UK economy was. Well, looking out of the hotel window today, the Kosovo Crane Index, I would suggest, is at an all-time high. And that's got to be good news for the future. However, there are clouds on the horizon. There are lingering effects from the COVID slowdown and the energy squeeze, and political instability in some Balkan countries raises concerns about consistent policy implementation, which is crucial for attracting further vital investments. Politically, the picture is more nuanced. EU accession
za nekoliko nacija na Kosovo i predanost za reformu prema kandidatima, za povećanje, za više ovih, mislim da to neće biti brzi proces. I dok je ova okolina za biznis koji ima različite izazove, za delove koje uključuje vladavinu zakona i korupciju, sve ovo je trud za pridruživanje EU, ima određeni uticaj na pridruživanje, za ovaj potencijal, to je rastući nacionalizam pravi jednu barijeru, regionalna saradnja biće od velike važnosti za napredak. Ako gledamo unapred za nekoliko godina, kako je projektovan ekonomski glas, progres i kakva je uopšte kompleksnost integracije u EU, biće ključna za ovaj region i za put u budućnost, za unutrašnje izazove i za negovanje regionalne kooperacije. Saradnja na Zapadnom Balkanu imaće prosperitetnu budućnost. Normalno, mi ćemo istraživati glavne izazove u ovom regionu i bit će asistirano od govornika, uključujući predstavnike, političke akademike i
with an eminent
sa eminentnom grupom ljudi koja će zvanično otvoriti ovu konferenciju i prvi među njima biće privilegovan. Mislim da imam privilegiju da pozovem nazad premijera Kosova, gospodina Aljbina Kurtija. Gospodine Aljbine, molim vas, pridružite nam se. Vaše ekscelencijo, Materinci, bivši premijeru Italije, Lord Joe Robertson, bivši sekretar NATO-a, poštovani ministri vlade Kosova, Artan Rizvanoli, ministar ekonomije, Libor Aliju, ministar za planiranje infrastrukturu, Rezeta Hajdari, ministar industrije i trgovine, Faton Peci, ministar poljoprivrede, šumarstva i ruralnog razvoja, Elber Krasnići, ministar lokalne administracije i Nenad Rašić, ministar za zajednice i povratak. Dragi gospodine Ross, koji je na čelu koji predsedava ovom konferencijom, draga Nektarija Pasarivakis, predsednik i glavni izvršni direktor za događaje u Istočnoj Evropi, vaša ekscelencijo,
Jorn
Rode iz Nemačke, Risto Guđev iz Bugarske, gospodin Barišić iz Hrvatske, iz Slovenije, Heleni Vakali, koji je na čelu kancelarije, Grčke kancelarije na Kosovu, dragi članovi parlamenta, ministri u vladi i zamenici ministra, dragi predstavnici i direktori različitih institucija na Kosovu i internacionalne i lokalnih finansijskih institucija, draga zajednica, biznis zajednica, dragi gospodo, dragi učesnici, imamo privilegiju da stojim ovde ispred vas pred dan Kosova, a to je 12. jun iz 1999. godine. Ova prilika nije samo proslava naše prošlosti, nego i svetionik koji nas vodi u budućnost. Zapadni Balkan sa svojom bogatom istorijom uvek je inspirisao da bude na čelu progresa i danas smo mi ovde da diskutujemo kako naš region može da ima doprinos za koheziju i bezbednost Evrope. Zapadni Balkan je regiona koji ima veliki potencijal. Naša različita kultura, otporno stanovništvo i aspiracije pruži jednu dobru bazu za bezbednost i koheziju Evrope. Bez obzira na naše razlike, mi smo ujedinjeni za demokratiju, za napredak, za prosperitet i verujemo da kroz šta možemo da pružimo, kakvu perspektivu za Evropu. Kosovo ima dobar napor za jačanje bezbednosti Evrope. Naša zemlja je na čelu ekonomskog razvoja od 2023. godine do 2025. godine, kao što je izveštaj Svetske banke, gde ima čelnu poziciju u Zapadnom Balkanu, u regionu Zapadnog Balkana i druga je u svetu u vladavini zakona prema svetskom programu i održava jednu dobru poziciju u građanskim slobodama. Prvi smo na Balkanu, prvi u Evropi i drugi u svetu. Kosovo nema jednog, kako je prepoznato od ovog instituta, ona stoji jedina što se tiče vladavine zakona. Mi smo napravili institucije koje čuvaju slobode naših građana i omogućuju političku inkluzivnost. Naše partnerstvo sa internacionalnim saveznicima, pre svega NATO-a i Evropskoj zajednici, bilo je od velike važnosti za održavanje mira u našem regionu. Naša vizija za Kosovo je jedna je regionalna bezbednost i prosperitet, ekonomski razvoj je u srcu ove vizije. Sa investiranjem u infrastrukturu, tehnologiju i edukaciju mi ciljujemo da napravimo vibrantnu ekonomiju koja daje dobrobit za sve građane i nikog ne ostavlja pozadi Naše nedavne ekonomske reforme ne samo da su privukle investicije, nego su i stimulisale lokalnu industriju koje su popločale put za jedan održivi razvoj. Regionalna saradnja je vitalna za dostizanje naših ciljeva. Radeći zajedno sa našim susedima pod pokroviteljstvom EU mi delimo jednake šanse. Zajedništvo i saradnja je ključ za prosperitet Zapadnog Balkana. Jedan od naših najvećih izazova je da pređemo na istorijske razlike koje su podelile naš region već duže vreme. Ja nadam se da će ljudi u Zapadnom Balkanu da demonstriraju izuzetan kapacitet za pomirenje i dijalog. Zajednice na Kosovu dolaze zajedno da izgrade bolju budućnost i u duhu saradnje mi ćemo nastaviti da rastemo. Ako adresiramo ekonomske razlike i socijalnu pravdu, je važno da imamo jednake šanse za sve, možemo da kreiramo bolje društvo. Ovo nije samo moralni imperativ, nego i praktična strategija za održivi mir. Kada ulazimo u ove ozbiljne stvari, da ne zaboravimo
Part of the Balkans has experienced rapid development since its independence. Our robust average annual GDP growth rate of 6.2% over the last 3 years and low inflation rate of only 2.1% in the last quarter are testaments to our economic resilience. With the youngest demographic structure in Europe and strong public finances, Kosovo is well positioned for future growth. Significant progress has been made across various sectors. Our defense budget has more than doubled. FDI and exports have doubled in the last 3 years. Agricultural exports have increased by 29%, and our cultural and sports sectors are thriving. With new essential medicines and scholarships for students in science, technology, engineering, and maths. Investments in energy infrastructure and digitalization are driving our development, and our foreign policy is strengthening us as we advance our NATO and EU membership applications. Kosovo leads the Western Balkans in economic growth, rule of law improvements, and political rights enhancements. Our recent sovereign credit rating from Fitch Ratings will further boost foreign investment, lowering borrowing costs, and improve access to global capital markets. Our government is actively planning over 50 significant infrastructure projects requiring more than 7 billion euros in investments. This includes 1.2 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity and successful initiatives like the 100 megawatt solar energy auction and the
aktivni razvoj 3 ključna sektora, poljoprivrede, hrane i u IT-u, pružanju IT usluga. Kosove prednosti uključuju stratešku lokaciju, pun pristup broadband internetu, manje takse, gde radna snaga i sve to privlačno za Evropu. Kao zaključak, Kosovo i Zapadni Balkan imaju puno toga da ponude Evropi što se tiče bezbednosti, stabilnosti, razvoju i prosperitetu. Sa pojačanjem demokratije, sa pojačanjem bezbednosti i negovanjem ekonomskog razvoja možemo napraviti region koji je ujedinjen i koji se razvija. Ajde da prihvatimo ovaj izazov sa optimizmom, znajući da zajedno možemo da ispunimo da dostignemo velike stvari. Veze između Kosova i prave demokratije je jedan primer šta možemo da dostignemo kroz saradnju i vrednostima koje delimo. Zajedno u obećanu budućnost, hajde da radimo zajedno ruku pod ruku za prosperitet i dobrobit našeg naroda i naše nacije. Hvala vam puno.
Thank you very much. So let's invite up our next speaker, who is the former Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Renzi. Mr. Renzi, please join us. It's a bit of a maze to get through all the cameras, but you've made it. Good to see you. Yes, please.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for my voice after
sjajnim ciljevima. Ovo je vrlo važno za region, ali mislim da je veoma važno i za budućnost Evropske unije. Znate, istorija pokazuje koliko je presudno važno da imamo mir, prosperitet, bezbednost svuda, a naročito u ovim krajevima sveta. I kao što je moj prijatelj Lord George rekao, bolje od mene, pitanja o bezbednosti su presudna za budućnost ljudske vrste. Niko nije pre 10 godina verovao da je moguće da živimo u vreme gdje imamo ratove svuda oko nas. Mislim, naravno, na agresiju predsjednika Putina prema Ukrajini, mislim na tenzije, nevolje u Bliskom istoku i stvari koje se dešavaju u svakom uglu planete. I to je poenta, veoma je važno i za Evropu danas da razume značaj uloge Balkana, naročito kao
an unbelievable success of politics, because Europe 3 generations ago was a place of civil war between common people, between France and Germany, between Italy and France. Now Europe is a place of peace and prosperity, but Europe risks to lose its role if Europe doesn't change in the next years.
Pushtetet e reja globale, në qoftë se Evropa nuk ndryshon, dhe Evropa do të mbarojë. Prandaj kemi një qëllim fitues-fitues. Të hapim dyert dhe vizionin për të ardhmen dhe njëkohësisht të jemi në gjendje të krijojmë një model të ri të bashkimit evropian për të garantuar brezit të ri mundësinë që të jenë pionierë dhe jo vetëm të mendojnë vetëm për të shkuar. Besoj në këtë projekt dhe kjo është tojnë urimet më të mira për ju dhe për vendin tuaj të bukur. Me të sesion hapëzëshoj të Lordin George Robertson ka vendim, ishte sekretari përgjithshëm i NATO-s. Zoti kryeministër, shkëlqësi, zonja Zotrin, është kënaqësi jashtëzakonisht e madhe të jem këtu sot në Prishtinë në vigjilje të përvjetorit të madh që do të jetë nesër dhe të dëgjoj kryeministrin për të foli për arritjet që mendoj se pra 25 vjetësh do të ishin për të gjithë ne që ta shqyrtonim. Megjithatë,
existential threat to the West, including the Western Balkans, by the unprovoked and illegal assault on Ukraine by President Putin of Russia. And that threat overshadows the whole continent of Europe, and the stakes in this confrontation are sky high for all of us.
Kështu do të jetë edhe situata në Ballkanin Perëndimor. Para 25 vjetësh, mbaj mend shumë mirë, komuniteti transatlantik sapo po rimëkëmbej nga dhuna e tmerrshme të Jugoslaviste e luftës në Bosnjë. Ishim të detyruar të ndërmenim veprim sërish në vitin 1999, kur forcat dhe paraushtarake të Slobodan Miloševićit u përpoqën të bënin pastrimin etnik të Kosovës. Aso kohë, kur isha ministri i mbrojtjes i Mbretërisë së Bashkuar, bëm qëllimin plotësisht të qartë. Forcat ushtarake të Miloševićit duhej të dilnin, NATO-ja duhet të futi kështu dhe refugjat të ktheheshin në vendet në shtëpitë e tyre dhe i arritën që të trija objektivat. Pas 78 ditësh aksioni ushtarak dhe pas aktiviteteve intensive diplomatike, ky vend u çlirua dhe e ardhmja e tij si shtet i pavar shumë etnik u sigurua. Dhe kjo është jashtëzakonisht e rëndësishme të theksohet se përfshirja e bashkësisë ndërkombëtare në çlirimi ishte një bazë.
We'll also have to face the fact that as attention is focused on what Russia is doing in Ukraine, it will also have to look at what Russia is doing in the Western Balkans as well. Misinformation, election meddling, destabilizing, economic disruption. These
Ubistva, sabotaže, uplitanje u izbore, organizovanje kriminalnih bandi, sve ovo će da usredsredi pažnju ministara u Vašingtonu. I najviše ono što nas podsjeća na to što je moja generacija trebalo da uradi pred kraj 20. veka u ovom regionu. I ne želimo da se ponovi ta tragedija. Ne verujemo da nakon uspešne intervencije u regionu koja je pružila suštinsku bezbednost za sigurnu ekonomsku budućnost, ali je ostavila ostatak priče ljudima iz regiona, samima. Budućnost ovog regiona je u rukama samih ljudi odavde i onih koje oni izaberu da ih predstavljaju. Toliko mnogo ima šta je privlačno i u ovom regionu. Upornost, hrabrost, ljudi su bili na ispitu i dokazali su se. Ne košta mnogo radna snaga, a vrlo je sposobna i talentovan. Region je u srcu tržišta od 20 miliona ljudi. Postoji budućnost obećavajuća za ovaj region. I ovaj region treba da se diversifikuje, kao što je premijer pomenuo, informatičke tehnologije, obnovljivu energiju.
in education and to listen to the business community which is already here and those that it wants to attract from outside as well. Collaboration on labour mobility is crucially important. Borders are out of date. Just look at what the single market did for the European Union itself. And the stability of national institutions is crucial. The rule of law.
Kraju svoje posete mogu li da kažem novinarima, možete li da zamislite koliko bi prosperitetan Balkan bio danas da mi političari, da smo imali isti stepen međuetničke saradnje.
Faces another existential challenge, the migration of the young, the best and the brightest now working in London and Berlin and New York. The drain of people, and especially the young and the talented, will leave any nation denuded of its future seed corn, and it has to be addressed. Overcoming the kind of challenges and horrors inflicted on Kosovo show what the spirit of cooperation, tolerance, and compromise can achieve. It can do so again in the future for the sake of the next generation. Thank you for your attention.
Those were three excellent speeches. We ranged a long way. We talked about an awful lot of things. We've got about 15 minutes for some questions, so let's try and keep the answers short, and then I've got half a chance of getting through about a quarter of the questions that I've got written down here. I want to start with you, Prime Minister, before we sort of range more broadly across the region and the world. I want to come to something very specifically Kosovan, but that connects into everything else. There's simmering disquiet in the northern majority Serb areas of your country. You've rejected European proposals for a Serb municipal association.
Democratic Republic with modern, advanced minority rights. Serbs in Kosovo, according to Ahtisaari's settlement, for our status, enshrined in our constitution, have 10 reserved seats in our parliament. Serbian language is official language all over Kosovo at every level of administration. 10 out of 38 municipalities are with Serb majority. And 17% of overall local assembly members all over municipalities of our republic are Serbs. We cooperate well. I have Minister Nenad Rašić for Communities and Return. I have 3 deputy ministers in my government. And we want integration of Serbs. Yes, Albanians are almost 93% of the population, but we have 4% Serbs, and we have other minorities that we want to respect, namely Bosniak, Turks, then Ashkali, Roma, and Egyptian, and Gorani, and a bit of Montenegrins and Croats. So we want to cooperate well with all, and we want to create a citizens-based democratic republic, not ethnically divided. I don't think there is an ethnic division in Kosovo. There is language barrier. In order to bridge this language barrier, in Balkans Department of Philological Faculty of Pristina's University, we are increasing capacities so people can learn more Bosniak, Croat, and Serbian languages. We need youth to cooperate. We need business women and men to cooperate. We need more investment in the economy. And I think that with European and Euro-Atlantic orientation, integration is guaranteed. The problems we have are not with Serbs at all. The problems we have are with Belgrade, which did not distance itself neither from Milosevic of the past or from Putin in the present. So this is the problem we have, is with our northern neighbor, again, not as people, but as government, as regime, and not at all with Serbs in Kosovo, who in the northern municipalities are being integrated. We have 3 women deputy mayors with whom we work closely in the 4 northern municipalities, and we are legalizing driver's licenses. We've done already with car plates. We are doing the verification of diplomas because university there is illegal, but we don't want to exclude people. In spite of being illegal, we find ways to accept people in our labor market, but also in our state institutions. So all these diplomas from Northern University are being verified and rendered operational, functional for Republic of Kosovo. There is more cooperation going, and I'm very hopeful for the future.
Mr. Renzi, I'd like to come to you next. You said something fascinating in your speech there. You used the phrase, if Europe doesn't change, Europe is over. That's quite a dramatic phrase. maybe you'd like to fill it out a bit. What change are you looking for, and what are the prospects of that change materializing?
I believe Europe today is too much focused on the past. And the world out of Europe is very fast, is very young, is very big. In the past, Europe considered Europeans the center of the world. Today, the globe is different. There is not Europe in the middle, at the center. It's in our mind, but not in the life. For demographic reasons, we are less than 500 million, and India is 1.6, China is 1.5. A lot of new African countries will grow in the next years in an unbelievable way. Demographic reason. Second, institutional reason. We are an institution with 27 countries. So it's impossible to manage a very competitive institution with a bureaucratic system as the European system. So we need, I'm a dreamer, I know, processes in direction of United States of Europe, because there is not alternative to this change for Europeans, guys. That is particularly true after our friends of UK decided to leave in 2016. I remember I was Prime Minister in the time. That was a shock for everyone. And from this shock, you have two alternatives. The first is maintain your approach very freeze and paralyzed. The second is try to move on and try to change. If the question is what type of reforms, I believe in the very important reform first, the end of veto's power. Today in Europe, 27 countries, if one country is not happy for one decision, could block everyone. Okay, I'm Italian, I'm Florentine, we are very able to discuss divide and litigious, but thinking if it's possible also for not Florentine and not for Italian to manage an institution with 27 people who could block in every moment for internal reasons, for ideological reasons. So veto's power have to be stopped. I believe we have to change Commission of European Union, because with the 27 commissioners is too much, too bureaucratic. And third, probably the most important, to give a vision for the next decades, because I think for our generation for the next generation, not our generation, the risk is to have a lot of European guys who will leave Europe to continue to follow the dreams in America and in China. That change could open a new strategy for the people out of Europe. Then there is the last point, but that is better for the former Secretary General of NATO, how Europe could create a more common defense in the good relation and partnership with NATO, but also as Europe. Because in the past, General de Gaulle, 1954, decided to block the idea of a European army. The question today, particularly if President Trump will win elections, will be what type of common defense will be in Europe. I believe in the NATO alliance. I'm very Atlantic and a supporter of Atlantic friendship. But at the same time, my question is what type of new defense as Europeans we have. That is the reasons of the change in Europe. And I think today we need a leader and not only followers, because we have too much bureaucratic approach in Brussels and too less politics. I believe in politics. I know I'm strange, but I believe politics is the only hope for the future of the world and not the populism and the demagogy.
Great. Let me move along. let me move along to you, Lord Robertson. I mean, all of these questions are questions that all three of you would have views on and could answer, but I want to start with this one with you. Vladimir Putin is engaging in grey zone warfare across the board against NATO, against Europe, and very noticeably in this region. How effective is that? I mean, it can run from fairly negligible things to some very, very serious threats. How effective is it, and what's the best way of countering it, do you think?
I think it's a real live danger. I don't personally believe that there is a prospect of Russian tanks crossing the borders of Estonia or Poland. I think that I'm the first person in NATO's history to invoke Article 5, the self-defense clause, and I may be the only person ever to do it. I think that Russia and its allies in Iran and China and North Korea may use different techniques of weakening our societies. And in many ways we're seeing in the Western Balkans what that means. And cyber warfare, election interference, organized crime, all of these things are now going on. And they're weakening our democratic institutions all of the time. And we need to waken up to the fact that if Vladimir Putin wins in Ukraine, then we can expect to see much more of that taking place. Last weekend in London, there was a cyber attack on the blood transfusion service in the London area, which created a major crisis in the health service in London. And the intelligence agencies tell us that it was down to Russian criminal gangs. Now, the Russian criminal gangs don't operate independently, and some of them are now being used as proxies. So we need to get ready and be prepared as societies in general to take on that kind of grey warfare that Russia now is committing so many resources to. And we see it in the Western Balkans, and we see it, quite loud, and they're quite proud about it. But, we need to be conscious that the danger from Russia and its allies is not just military. It involves something much deeper and much more sinister, and in many ways much more effective.
Yeah, and presumably you'd agree, that doesn't sound like a question, does it? But presumably you'd agree that to a great extent these are domestic affairs as well as international. So, where Putin has his allies within our societies, this is an issue that needs to be addressed as well at the national level.
We need to be very resilient as individual countries, and we need to be conscious about what they're doing and how they're doing it, and we need to call them out. If Russia today, their television channel or Sputnik radio, which are instruments of the Russian state, are freely available to our populations, then we need to identify them and make it clear that their activities are unacceptable. That is the only way in which we will maintain our democratic systems and the freedom of our institutions. The Ukrainians are fighting for Western values, for the values that we take for granted, and we should not take them too easily for granted.
Okay, I'm very aware of the time, but I want to finish with one very quick question for you, Prime Minister, and a very quick answer. It's been mentioned, and it's extremely noticeable when you walk around Pristina that you have the benefit of a very youthful population, but you have a brain drain as well. You have a lot of your young people are going abroad. That can be an advantage because at some point they may come back and bring with them skills that they've learned outside the country. But how important is it for you as an administration to stem that tide of young people, and what are you doing about it? Briefly, please.
First, we're trying to link labor market with professional education. The famous German model of Ausbildung where students and pupils spend a couple of days in schools learning theory of what they're going to practice in apprenticeship or in different factories, and in this way provide non-academic professionalism, so to speak. Second thing is that we're growing our own economy, so the average salary in private sector is increasing and people don't have to leave. Those who go to study in Sorbonne or Heidelberg, we wish them luck and we want to support them and have one day replace previous brain drain with brain gain by having them return home. I'm very optimistic that more people from diaspora will continue to come back, opening a branch of their business or doing a sabbatical year in Kosovo, or as they retire, coming back. Miscalculation of Milosevic 25 years ago was that once they're going to expel over 1 million Albanians from their homes, vast majority of them from our country, they will never come back. But 90% of them in 2 months all came back, even though 120,000 houses have been burned down or destroyed. So we have large diaspora which is homesick. 27 direct flights Pristina, Switzerland in summer months of July and August. So sometimes I suspect that they left in order to come back, so they could come back. And I'm very hopeful for this. But if I may, just a couple of sentences on EU. I really believe that EU should strengthen and deepen its unity against Russian invasion of Ukraine and against Russian fascism. Our grandmothers and grandfathers had different types of fascism in their lives. Young generation of today, they have to face in our continent Russian fascism. And EU should strengthen its unity and deepen it against Russian fascism. This is crucial for the European Union. And there is this triple challenge that we have to solve: social inequality, climate change, and security threats. And I believe that European continental welfare state model is something which is a great tradition of this continent that should be cherished. So Europe has such a richness in culture, tradition, history of ideas, and young generations have a lot of resources to build new continent for 21st century, which will be secure and prosperous. You know perhaps this thesis that why Bolshevik revolution happened, because Russians missed Italian Renaissance, German Reformation, and French Revolution. So there is so much richness in Europe that has to be resurrected, so to speak, and in this way to throw away the current pessimism and skepticism that prevails and plays in the hands of right-wing extremist parties.
Excellent. Well, I got through about 5% of my questions, so I'm fairly pleased with that. But we have run out of time, so please join me in giving profound thanks to three superb speakers. Thank you very much. Well, that's a great start to the day. Those themes that have come up in that discussion that we just had are going to be floating around in the air, I'm sure, all day. But for the rest of the day, we're going to focus in a bit more tightly on some of the key areas of industry and development here in Kosovo and in the Western Balkans that are key to how things are going to turn out over the coming few years. And with that in mind, we're going to take I'm going to invite up now to the stage another eminent, very knowledgeable speaker, Jeffrey Hovenier, who is the US ambassador to the Republic of Kosovo, to come and give us a US perspective. Your Excellency, it's good to see you.
Good morning. As a proud Dutch American, lots of people think it is a French name. It is Hovenier, but that's okay. Thank you. Prime Minister Kurti, former Prime Minister Renzi, former NATO Secretary General Robertson, distinguished guests, colleagues, panelists here today, I'm pleased to be able to join you for a few short minutes to share some thoughts on the U.S. perspective regarding this summit's theme, Unleashing the Potential of the Western Balkans. And I'll start by noting that while I'm just the U.S. ambassador to one of the countries of the Western Balkans, to Kosovo, the United States very much sees Kosovo as part of this cohesive Western Balkan region. And our policy priorities we advance here at the U.S. Embassy in Kosovo fit into a broader U.S. government vision that I think we share with our partners, particularly from the EU, for the Western Balkans and for Europe. And fundamentally, this vision is to advance a bipartisan and long-standing idea that was first articulated by President George H.W. Bush in May 1989 to advance and achieve a Europe that is, quote, whole, free, and at peace. And if you'll indulge me, and I think former President Bush would agree with me, we should probably add prosperous to that list. So today I'd like to share a little bit about our regional perspective, and then I want to talk about what the United States government is doing here in Kosovo to advance that perspective. Our top priority for the Western Balkans is grounded in our efforts to support European integration. We believe it is right and proper, and we want to support the European institutions to anchor the countries of the Western Balkans fully into European structures. The region's future is within the EU and as part of the transatlantic community, particularly NATO, for those who wish to belong. We are gratified to see a number of countries in the region taking steps, difficult steps, towards EU accession. We believe that every country that enters the EU is more stable, more democratic, more prosperous. They're better neighbors. And economic integration into the common regional market creates substantially greater opportunities for businesses and workers, this idea of greater prosperity. The reforms necessary to enter the European Union, to accede, makes the region, as you all know better than I, more attractive to foreign investors. As one example, access to the single European payment area, an EU payment initiative that simplifies bank transfers in euros, can reduce the cost of transfers by as much of 7%. This reduces the cost of borrowing, which allows businesses to expand. And there's lots of other examples that show the benefits of regional cooperation. And that's why the United States thinks it's critical to support initiatives that bring the Western Balkan countries together to reduce barriers to cooperation, increase the free flow of people, goods, services, and capital. And while I'm here to share a U.S. perspective, and you're hearing me talk a lot about the European Union, I hope you make note of that point, because the U.S. perspective is violently in agreement with the European Union perspective on how best to support and integrate these countries. We're particularly enthused to see the EU now direct so much support and incentive to this region through its recently announced Western Balkans Growth Plan. We support the growth plan. We're committed to partnering with the countries of the Western Balkans to support them as they seek to unlock the financial incentives the growth plan provides. This is a pivotal moment for the Western Balkans, and the growth plan offers an extraordinarily generous opportunity for reform, but also support. Regional stability, security, prosperity require integration. Now, I've been talking in economic terms, and a number of you are probably thinking, that is all true, but what do you do when there's a lack of political will for integration or political impediments to integration? I would say two things. With regard to the growth plan, there's a real beauty to it, because it is, while it is a regional initiative, the incentives are clear. Focus on your country's tasks, do the list of things, the reforms requested by the growth plan for you, and don't wait for other countries to do something first. It's up to each country to do the work so that its citizens can benefit. In exchange for these reforms, you get direct financial support from the European Union and the promise of joining the common market together. One last point, because I'm looking at the clock and I have about a minute left. There is a political overlay to all of this, and it would be irresponsible not to make note of it. We do have to engage, I think, individually and collectively with the countries of the region on these political challenges. And in particular with regard to Kosovo, since that's where I work and live, there is a challenge associated with repositioning the relationship with Serbia and the need to see progress in the EU-facilitated dialogue together with Serbia to advance this shared agenda. But one point I want to make clear, while a series of U.S. officials, including myself, have spent an awful lot of time talking about the need for full and complete implementation by both Kosovo and Serbia of the obligations they've entered into under the EU-facilitated process, let there be no mistake, the ultimate outcome of this process has to be mutual recognition between the two countries. Anything short of that does not achieve this vision we have of a Europe that is whole, free, prosperous, and at peace, given the potential instability that could ensue. I also want to make another point. I made it yesterday, but I think it's important in this context to make it again. In that regard, I can only express concern about recent statements from the All-Serb Assembly that would make some sort of a claim that Kosovo is in some sort of a permanent, or I forgot the verb that they use now, but a substantial, critical, inalienable, I think was the word, part of Serbia. I can only say that is not the view of my government and our partners. Kosovo is not. We recognized it as a sovereign, independent, democratic state. That is not up for revision or review. That is not to be negotiated. It is to be recognized, it is to be acknowledged, it is to be celebrated, and it is to be part of this success of the region together. And irredentist or revanchist claims do nothing to promote the vision that we're talking about today. With that, I believe my time is up, so thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much. Your Excellency, it was great to hear your words there. We are going to take a break now for coffee. I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear, about 20 minutes. And after that, we'll be back with our next session. So thank you very much for joining us so far, and we'll see you again in 20 minutes.
Test.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to come back and take your seats, we're about to begin the next session of our event today. Please come back to your tables, take your seats, and prepare to be thrilled. Welcome back. We're going to start our next session now, so please take your seats. We're going to stick with the theme. It's going to be the major theme of the day, which is prospects for Kosovo, for the Western Balkans, in the context of Europe and the world over the coming years, and given the quite seismic events we're seeing around us at the moment, not least elections in the European Union, and of course events further north in Ukraine, to the east in the Middle East. There's a lot going on, there's a lot of upheaval. So our next session really is about how we embed development and progress in the region, and what some of the political risks are that we confront as we try to do that, and perhaps what we can do about some of those risks, how we should approach them. And I'm really pleased to have a fabulous panel for you in this session. I'm going to invite them up now to join me on the stage. And first is Tomáš Šuňok, who is the ambassador, the head of the EU office in Kosovo, the EU special representative. Please come and take a seat. Choose any seat, but if you sit in the order that I bring you up, that makes it so much easier for me. Peter Tabak, who is the lead regional economist for the Western Balkans at the EBRD. Peter, nice to see you. Visa Perani, who is the country officer for Kosovo and North Macedonia at the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank. Visa, nice to see you. Joost Kuhlman, who is the economic advisor and DG at ECOFIN, the European Commission. Joost, you're very welcome. And Domagoj Juricic, who is a political risk management senior consultant. That only tells half the story. He's also a former chief of staff to the president of Croatia. Welcome, gentlemen, all gentlemen on this occasion. Now, let's hand over straight off first thing to Tomáš Šuňok, who is the ambassador, head of the EU office in Kosovo. Your introductory words, your thoughts, please.
Well, thank you, and really glad to be here and have the opportunity to address such a distinguished conference and audience. I would just decided to focus on the growth plan, which is actually a new instrument of European Union for the Western Balkans. And I would like to introduce this with three comments. One is that actually European Commission published every year the annual report. In the last year, in November 23, this annual report, there was also a very interesting, in this annual report, there was an interesting graph actually showing the level of convergence between the Western Balkans and the European Union. And actually this graph was not really very encouraging, because if you look at the picture, the curve is relatively flat and there is not enough of convergence between the EU level of economic development and the Western Balkans. Just some figures, if you take EU 27 as 100%, the richest country in the region is Montenegro, actually reaching 50% of the EU average. The poorest country of the region is Kosovo, with 27% of EU average. This is obviously not sufficient to withstand the pressure of the single market and to be a full-fledged member of European Union. So that's the reason why the Commission came with the proposal, which was accepted also by the Council and European Parliament, and we have this new growth plan. The second thing I would say is that actually the first time the proposal was made was in October last year. And in last month, in May, we already have the finalized program. So this is actually unique, it's very fast, and it also demonstrates the political will to assist Western Balkans integration into European Union. It's a really incredible speed. People were doubting it can be achieved, also because of the shortened mandate of the European Parliament, but we did it, and we have the growth plan, and I think it's an important achievement. The third point I would like to underline is that the growth plan comes above the current assistance. So we still have EPA, we are continuing to have EPA, and so this is a kind of top-up for our existing assistance, which already is making European Union by far the biggest donor to the region. So we are ready to increase that, and we are ready to move on and to increase the speed of economic convergence with the Western Balkans. So the structure, if speaking about the structure of the growth plan, it consists of 4 independent mutually reinforcing pillars. The first pillar tackles economic integration and the EU single market. The second pillar aims at enhancing regional cooperation through the common regional market based on the EU rules and standards, which could potentially add 10 percentage points to the growth of respective economies. The third pillar looks in ways to accelerate reforms, supporting the Western Balkans path towards the EU membership. And the fourth pillar entails financial assistance of €6 billion to incentivize these reforms through a reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans for the period of 2024-2027. There are some general preconditions for EU support under the reform and growth facility. These include the partners continue to uphold effective democratic mechanism, include a multi-party parliamentary system, free and fair elections, pluralistic media, independent judiciary, rule of law, as well as respect for human rights, including the minority rights. For Serbia and Kosovo, the special precondition is that they engage constructively with measurable progress and tangible results in the normalization of their relation, which is in the dialogue. I want to welcome that Kosovo has recognized the opportunities offered and has taken a great deal of ownership. In preparing the reform agenda, the government has been working hard with our colleagues, both in Brussels and in my office, to make sure that we select the key drivers for social economic growth and that we have a good level of ambition. The government has been fully engaged in this, has met all the deadlines by submitting the first complete draft reform agenda on 27 May, and the cooperation has been overall very good. Therefore, I want to thank Kosovo authorities and the government in particular for the work undertaken so far. The EU Commission, from its side, has made an ambition proposal with 7 initial priority areas and the supporting measures, including the one mentioned by the US Ambassador on single European payment area. It will require a great deal of homework from beneficiaries in terms of aligning with the EU acquis, taking the necessary steps, and preparing the necessary institutions within ambitious timelines. The preparation is also underway for the Common Regional Market Action Plan, which is interlinked with the Berlin process and is being ready for the Summit of Berlin process in October. It is essential that the action plan corresponds to the needs, interests, and ambitions of all regional governments, and that they all contribute with proposals to this regard. It's essential, too, that current obstacles in the functioning of the common regional market are resolved. I have to mention that 9 initiatives for market liberalization, fully prepared on technical level, are blocked by the Central European Free Trade Agreement Joint Committee. The selection of the new CEFTA director, which started more than 1 year ago, is proceeding very slowly. I want to call on all partners to work constructively and pragmatically to arrive at the mutually beneficial outcomes. I want to stress this link Access to the EU's single market goes through common regional market and the economic integration within the region. For regional economic integration to succeed, it is imperative that the Western Balkan countries work closely together. Only together, the region managed to exploit its full potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter, straight along to you.
Thank you. So we heard a lot about the importance of faster convergence, faster growth for the region, and especially Kosovo, since Kosovo
Could you lean a little bit into your mic so everybody can hear you?
Still has a lot to catch up compared to some other countries in the region. And this growth also has to be inclusive, as the Prime Minister emphasized. So it has to involve youth, it has to involve more women employment, also the employment of disadvantaged parts of the population. This growth has been quite fast, as also the Prime Minister mentioned. In the past 10 years, Kosovo managed to grow by around 4.4% above that of the Western Balkans. But still, with this relatively fast growth, the convergence was very, very slow. And how to accelerate convergence, that is the main question. And in fact, me and my co-authors have just published a paper which was looking at what are the prerequisites for the Western Balkans countries to converge faster to the EU income averages, which is available on the EBRD website. And this paper is basically suggesting a three-pronged approach. So first of all, the convergence of the Western Balkans, including Kosovo, has slowed down after the global financial crisis in 2009. And this has been mainly due to the slowdown of the productivity growth. So while employment has grown in this period, and that's good, that's very important, productivity has more or less stalled. So now the main focus has to be on how to improve productivity in the region. And productivity improvement requires technological improvements, which usually comes the easiest through foreign direct investment, through more sophisticated technologies invested by those investors who are part of the global value chains. This is helping in many ways. It's helping integrating the country into these global value chains. Also, it is helping to broaden the markets. Kosovo, as other Western Balkans countries, is a very small country, very small market. Altogether, the Western Balkans is just around 70 million people. So it makes sense to aim at a much bigger market, be it the regional market in the Western Balkans or the European Union or the world market as well. And these global value chains and foreign direct investment is helping the access to these markets. For this to happen, of course, the business environment has to improve, as it was mentioned by the ambassadors before. Easier regulations, easier licensing of certain activities would be very important, as well as the faster transfer of goods through the borders, because it's still too difficult to do in the Western Balkans. Another factor which would be important is greening the economy. So we heard from the Prime Minister that there are plans to increase, to start auctions, tenders for renewable investments, but it has to be done much faster. It has to involve the private sector fully, because the private sector is able to flexibly and fast and move fast in this area and offer the most efficient solutions for this, as it was the case in Albania, where these tenders for solar renewable energy investments have already been successful in the past. Last but not least, the governance is very important. So it's important to mention that rule of law and democracy has relatively good ratings in Kosovo. But what needs to be improved further is the state-owned enterprise governance. State-owned enterprises are an important part of the economy in the Western Balkans. They are providing elementary services from telecommunications to energy to private companies. And if these services are not priced properly, if the quality of services is not good enough, then the private sector is suffering from this. So state-owned enterprises have to be governed in a way that they have a transparent operation, they are working efficiently, and they are not influenced by political decisions. So the politics can decide about what type of activities they have to do as public service. They have to agree on public service contracts with them, but the management of these companies has to be similar like for the private companies in order to make them more efficient. If these things are going ahead, of course, together with the improvement in education and health services, then Kosovo has good chances to increase its growth rates and convergence to the EU income average. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Tabak. On to Visa Pirani from the IFC at the World Bank. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Very good to be here and very nice to talk about the topic. Coming from the IFC and more private sector of the World Bank Group, I would like to say that going back to what was said initially by both prime ministers and Lord Robertson, etc., the political stability is crucial for any private sector development. I have met in my years in IFC many potential investors from abroad. We always discuss about financial models, projections, you name it, but we end up usually in discussing politics towards the end of the discussion because we cannot really avoid it. So that's why fundamental for us, for the country, for the region, is political stability. Otherwise, we will not see the FDIs which we badly need in the country for the growth. As mentioned by others, numbers are looking good for Kosovo. We have the best numbers in the region in averages, but for sure the convergence to the EU is pretty far, and also we are like maybe 3 decades away from EU countries in the neighborhood. Never mind the most developed countries in Europe. So that's why for sure 4.4 last 10 years or 6 last couple of years, it's a great number, but definitely we are to take our decades to achieve where our neighboring countries, EU neighboring countries are. That's why we need really to push even much harder into economic development. One way to do is the regional cooperations by all means, because countries in the Balkans, including Kosovo, are in general small. Our firms are rather small, so it would make very basic common sense to cooperate between the countries or between the companies in order to be stronger together and to enter the EU market in more robust ways. Not that we don't have exports. Kosovo or the region doesn't have export to EU, but for sure we can do much more together, I believe, because scale definitely helps. And then when we have this EU integration in mind, which is our end goal for all of us, I believe that the mindset is there. We are ready to cooperate, we are ready to support each other, and we are ready to undertake the reforms that we need to do in order to achieve this joint goal for joining European Union one beautiful day for all of us. Let me give you some clear examples, because I'm coming in from private sector and we want the reforms that we are doing here in the country together with government are really tangible, are practical, and this is what we have been doing as IFC globally, not only in Kosovo, and we are bringing the best experience from all over the world, from more than 100 countries where we operate. And I've said this to many people in the government, to private sector clients, to authorities, that oftentimes I believe countries like Kosovo need more of our experience, our brain, than just money. Money, we can pour money, but if you don't know what to do with it, it's going to be kind of difficult. Money is not a solution to everything. So that's why we try to bring experience to do advisory projects which are definitely in line with the EU rules, EU procedures, EU values, in order to speed up the economic, always focused of course in private sector development. One concrete example which I would like to share with you, it was mentioned by my EBRD colleagues about transportation. It's us living and working in Kosovo, in the region, we know how the borders looks like and how the obstacles we have for the transportation. The procedures in the past were between few hours, in the best case, and then you could last up to a few days. You have to park your trucks, you have to park your goods in the border for days, you have to do everything manually, paperwork, etc. And of course they are prone to mistakes on purpose or without purpose, but anyhow, everything is very manual, costly, and our firms which are already small cannot be really competitive with the larger firms in the region, but definitely in EU. So one of the projects we have been doing together with Ministry of Finance is National Single Window, something which exists in Europe for many years, where we have tried to simplify all the procedures for border passing, for transport, for trade. It's called Trade Facilitation Project, the National Single Window. Now it's being handed over to our colleagues from the World Bank, which will continue the implementation. And one beautiful day, in my eyes, I think in say 2-3 years from now, if everything goes smoothly, of the border passing for trade in our country, in the whole region. Sorry, I should have said this. This is a regional project. It's not only a project for Kosovo. The transportation between the countries should look more or less like in European Union, literally. I mean, for sure, we're going to have the borders. We are not yet there, but I mean, we're going to have a, maybe checking of documents, etc., but not really checking the goods and these kind of things, which we took and cost a lot for the private sector. So this is like something which I'm really proud of. It's being run, and it's a regional project which brings and sends a signal to EU, to Brussels, that we are ready, we are moving along, and we are doing changes, even though we are not in EU, but we are doing changes, and our borders will look in the near future as if they are a EU member. Another thing which is a recent project which has started less than a year ago, again a regional project, has to do with what was said in the past about the greening of economy, about environmental, about sustainable growth, etc. We are talking about FDIs, we're talking about exports to European Union, but we all know that in very few years from now, European Union will start imposing taxes for our exports. So, knowing Kosovo has like 90% of energy produced by coal, this will be a big issue for our exporters. So what IFC has done regionally with a new project, which has, by the way, financed by EU, by WBF, it's about ecological parks, industrial parks. I mean, the desk assessment which was done by my colleagues have found out that there are like around 300 industrial parks in the Western Balkans, 300. All of them built many, many years ago, decades ago. But none of them, literally none of them, fulfills the conditions to be called ecological. So the new project that we are launching now, we have had meetings with the Pristina city, with the central government. They are very interested to work together to build ecological industrial park that fulfills all the criteria. So before we start building anything and get ready for the private sector, we have to take care about waste management, water treatment, energy supply, noise, pollution, etc. And then in this way, we try to combine our efforts, our experience, and local needs to create something which is concrete. And then local firms from Kosovo can operate there, can produce and export to EU without any harms and without any tariffs, which are foreseen to be imposed, but also to bring FDIs. FDIs will not come from Germany to invest in Kosovo if they will be producing with energy produced by coal, because they will have huge taxes. So I just took these two examples as what we can do very practically without nice and big words, but practically to help the private sector development in the country. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you very much. Joost Koolman from your economic advisor at the European Commission. Your thoughts, please.
Okay. First, thanks for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on the Western Balkans with this distinguished forum and audience. Now, in considering how to drive stability and development in the Western Balkans in conjunction with the European Union's growth plan, I will focus on the economic and financial aspect. It fits with my background as a macroeconomist and my experience gained at the Commission department I'm working for. I obviously recognize that there are many different other dimensions, political, social, that are equally and potentially more important in driving stability and development, but I think that others are better placed to discuss them. So as an economist, I think of driving stability and development in the Western Balkans, I would naturally start with the importance of macroeconomic stability as an essential foundation for any durable economic development. Macroeconomic stability, in turn, requires disciplined and predictable budgetary policies by the government and disciplined monetary policies by the central bank. The European Commission and the European Central Bank provide regular assessments on macroeconomic, fiscal and financial trends and challenges. This happens as part of the regular economic and financial dialogue of the European Union with the Western Balkan partners, linked to their economic reform programs. In the context of this dialogue, policy recommendations to steer macro-fiscal reforms and thus also ensure macro stability in the partner countries are jointly agreed. This was the last time just done in the middle of May. And when I think of economic development, I would think of an optimal use of the factors of production, such as capital and labor, their further growth over time, and their increasingly more optimal combination leading to higher productivity growth. And here we come essentially to issues such as competition, market integration, and structural reforms. This is where the growth plan for the Western Balkans fits in with its 4 pillars. The first pillar, as the ambassador already said, is about enhancing economic integration with the European Union's single market, with the Western Balkans aligning to single market rules and opening the relevant sectors and areas to all their neighbors at the same time, in line with the common regional market. 7 priority actions are suggested within this first pillar. First, free movement of goods. Second, free movements of services and workers. Third, access to the single European payments area. Fourth, facilitation of road transport. Fifth, integration and decarbonization of energy market. Sixth, the digital single market. And seventh, the integration into the industrial supply chain. The second pillar is about boosting economic integration within the Western Balkans through the common regional market. It is vital to overcome small, fragmented markets, make businesses more competitive, attract investors, and retain workers. Based on the European Union rules, it is a stepping stone to the opportunities of the single market. The third pillar is about accelerating fundamental reforms, including on the fundamentals cluster, supporting Western Balkans' path towards European Union membership, improving sustainable economic growth, including through attracting foreign investments and through strengthening regional stability. And finally, the fourth pillar is about increasing financial assistance to support the reforms through a reform and growth facility for the Western Balkans for the period 2024-2027. A new instrument worth 6 billion euros, consisting of 2 billion euros in grants and 4 billion euros in concessional loans, with payments conditioned on the Western Balkans partners fulfilling specific socio-economic and fundamental reforms. You will recognize that this approach mirrors the one we earlier took with the Recovery and Resilience Fund, so to make payments conditional on actually achieving the reforms. So the background has already been mentioned. The European Commission launched the growth plan in November 23 as it considered that deep structural reforms to lift the economic potential of the region have been advancing too slowly. The Western Balkans currently stand at between 35% and 50% of the average per capita GDP of the European Union. The aim of the growth plan is to bring the Western Balkans partners closer to the European Union. It aims to do so by offering some of the benefits of European Union membership to the region in advance of accession, thereby boosting economic growth and accelerating socio-economic convergence. As part of the growth plan, every Western Balkan partner was invited to prepare a reform agenda based on European Union recommendations and consistent with national reform priorities. The reform agendas will be consulted with, assessed by and adopted by the European Commission. This important work is currently undergoing and will be completed in the next few weeks. With increased financial assistance that is closely linked to actual reform implementation, the growth plan could provide a powerful incentive for the Western Balkan partners to address long-standing weaknesses that have been preventing a faster catching up with the European Union. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Just. And then onward, finally, last but not least, as they say, Domagoj Juricic, specialist in political risk.
Well, it seems to me I'm the only one with the PowerPoint, huh? Hope it will be interesting.
You're the consultant.
Yeah. We consultants do love a PowerPoint, so this is the one for you that will be left after I finish my speech and my presentation. So I'm truly honored, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. I'm truly honored to be here to speak to this distinguished audience. Today, I will lay out some political risks challenging the stability and development of the Western Balkans. This region, we all know, is at the critical crossroads. Your ability, but as well ability of the EU to manage political risks will either drive progress or hinder it. So as we navigate this intricate landscape, it is imperative to comprehend the key factors at play. Back in 2014, at a summit hosted by the same group organizing today's event, I made a prediction that, although intriguing, was dismissed as far-fetched. Since then, everything I stated there has materialized. This is the harsh reality we are all facing. Nevertheless, this is a good news. Why? Because we recognize those challenges. We know this is what we are facing today and in the future. The bad news would be an empty slide. It would show our ignorance towards the challenges. So let's consider the geopolitical uncertainties. The elections for the European Parliament will, for sure, impact EU policies towards the Western Balkans. In the United States, the presidential elections could and will influence the country's stance of multilateralism and international cooperation. Additionally, the growing influence of China and Russia in the region adds another layer of complexity. So, in a world of shifting alliances, the Western Balkans must navigate very carefully to maintain stability and foster development. Migration pressures are testing the limits of European unity. EU countries are strained due to the migration, leading to policy fatigue. There is a growing reluctance towards the further EU enlargement affecting the prospects of Western Balkans countries. Increasing xenophobia, populism with the EU pose additional threats to regional stability. Migration crises are testing the limits of European unity and could significantly impact the Western Balkans. You will have to take that into account. Domestically, political instability poses significant challenges. Frequent government changes create an environment of uncertainty and hinder long-term planning. Corruption remains a pervasive issue, undermining governance and public trust. Ethnic tensions further fragment the political landscape, complicating efforts for national cohesion. Internal stability is fundamental for regional development, and addressing these issues is really crucial. Organized crime is another critical challenge impacting political stability and public trust. Economic vulnerabilities, such as dependence on foreign aid and the young workforce leaving the region in search of better prospects in the West, further exacerbate the situation. Inconsistent economic policies contribute to an unstable monetary environment. Organized crime and economic fragility are twin challenges that must be addressed to ensure regional stability and development. So what's the way forward? Definitely strengthening democratic institutions and the rule of law is essential to mitigate political risks. Encouraging regional cooperation and reconciliation can foster a more stable environment. Engaging with international partners to support will also be crucial. The path to stability and development lies in resilience and reform. By addressing these risks strategically, the Western Balkans can achieve lasting stability. Many of the points I've raised today are familiar. They are reminders of the challenges that we have long recognized. However, acknowledgement of these political risks is just the beginning. The EU must integrate the Western Balkans to enhance regional stability, strengthen geopolitical influence, foster economic growth, and reinforce its credibility and cohesion. What you need individually and states and collectively as a region is a sharp assessment of the risks and opportunities ahead. This summit is also an opportunity to turn challenges into a blueprint for progress. So I hope our discussion will help achieving that as well. Thank you for your attention. I'm eager to hear the perspectives and ideas that will emerge from our conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, we've heard from our 5 speakers. I am struck by the fact that we have 5 international speakers representing, in a number of cases, multilateral institutions whose responsibility is to hand out recipes, if you like, for development, and as well as handing out resources, which I'm sure are always equally welcome. So it does strike me that it may be that there are questions in the room that you have for our panelists, and if that's the case, I'm happy to make room for those. I'm not sure we're set up particularly for that, but I'm sure we'll find a way. So if you have questions for our panelists, I'm going to ask a couple myself now, but I'll invite you to ask those questions at some point, so be ready when that moment comes. I mean, we've heard a lot about what's on offer to the region in terms of support from multilateral institutions, from the region, from the European Union, etc., as well as some of the challenges. I'm interested in the capacity of the region and of Kosovo to absorb all of that advice on the one hand and financial resources on the other. I mean, you know, that touches on, a lot of you have already touched on this, the challenges in terms of convergence on policy here in the region. But I'm interested specifically in looking at that, because it can come across as very technical. You know, you say that we have this plan, we have these resources, we have this proposal, and I'm sure that in the region it can feel very much like an avalanche of opportunity that comes their way. What are the challenges in terms of absorption, and what is the likelihood that the plans that you've set out can be implemented? Let's start with you.
Well, thank you for this question. So I would actually argue there are 2 challenges to what we call absorption capacity. One challenge is that very often, as mentioned, there is this change of government. So very often those new governments basically believe everything which was done by the previous government is wrong and need to kind of redraw the thing. So obviously this is a challenge, and I think that this is also kind of suggesting that there is not enough of political consultation across the political spectrum to actually agree on those kind of national priorities, basically, regardless of who is in the government. But yeah, I mean, this is a challenge in Kosovo. The elections, general elections, are scheduled for either later this year or early next year. We will see how this will develop. But again, this is something which needs to be overcome by some early dialogue among the political parties, actually, what actually are those priorities. And obvious, from looking from outside, there are obvious priorities. If you look at the infrastructure, you still are not connected very well by kind of high-quality roads, railways, airline connections. Those are things which have been missing. I mean, if you want to travel, let's say, from here to Sarajevo, it either 8 hours by a car or flying to Vienna, and from Vienna back to Sarajevo. So that's kind of just, you know, that doesn't make a sense. It's 350 kilometers. And again, there is a railway connection. You know, there is no railway, passenger railway connection in Kosovo at all. Even though there is a network, but it's not functional. Which is there, it's more technical, and this is the quality of public administration. And again, it's all the countries in the region, with maybe some exception, are relatively young, relatively new, and have no good tradition of administrating the capacity, have no good transition of independent public service which would be able to kind of administer properly the thing. So, and again, from our perspective, as I mentioned in my kind of speech, the only way how you can actually do that is through regional integration, because again, you just cannot do this individually in 6 countries, which the overall population, I think, less than 20 million people. So I think that one thing would be actually, and that's also why there is this new actually International School of Public Administration just recently kind of started in, I think, Montenegro. But again, this is a challenge we need to overcome together.
Okay, Peter, fairly briefly, your thoughts here, please, on this issue of absorption from the EBRD's perspective.
My colleague Sergei Maslichenko will be talking much more because he's on the ground and he knows much more. But I would pick up on what Mr. Sunyog mentioned. So basically the professionalization of the public administration would be really very important, and isolation a bit from the political influences, because basically our projects are on the technical level. So they should continue regardless of who is in power. They are helping the country to improve the infrastructure. They are helping the country to improve the governance of the public enterprises and so on and so forth. So basically it should be independent of the government, and that's why this professional public administration is very important to continue working whenever these projects are ongoing. And these would be helping a lot in the future also in this increasing the economic growth, attracting the private sector investors. If they see this political stability, that they can work with the public administration regardless of who is in power, that would help a lot for attracting more private investment.
Thank you. And Visa, from the IFC perspective, how do you make sure that the programs that you're making available and promoting are aligned with the capacity of the countries and the region to absorb them?
Yeah, I mean, our experience is mixed. It's correct what was said by Ambassador, that the early elections in the past, or way too often elections, were a bit of hassle because we had projects being extended without no real reason, actually. But because of change of the cabinets usually, not just particular minister, but etc., elections lose time. But in general, our experience has been good, to be frank, especially with the recent government, because we have really political stability and we can run the projects and they are like moving on time. We have no delays or any issues. I mean, I've seen projects from IFC, from my colleagues from the World Bank, from others. I think the fundamental, and talking also to people in government, in previous government, current government, I think the fundamental to make a project being successful is to have the buy-in from government. Sometimes I feel, either be it central government or local government or say authorities like central bank, etc. Sometimes I feel that they don't have the huge interest in the project that we are proposing, and then things go slow. But when you propose something which is concrete, which is like really good for the country and for the people, I think, and you have their buy-in, I think things really move smoothly. Because you see clear discrepancy between the projects which are moving super fast and then projects which should take 2 years, they last for 4 years. But buying from government is like a fundamental solution, and it works. In general, we have been very pleased so far.
Okay. Just very briefly again for you, Visa.
Please.
What sectors is the IFC focusing on in the projects that it's funding here in the region?
Because of the needs of the region, including Kosovo, of course, renewable energy and energy transition, green transition is most important. This is written in our documents that we have together with the World Bank. We have one document called CPF, Country Partnership Framework, which outlines what we are doing. Definitely, this is one of the key components, and we will do much more. It's a region in renewables for next decade, I would say, including the energy strategy that was approved recently by government of Kosovo. Something else which we are really trying to focus is access to finance, enable the poorer and the smaller to have access to finance, and this is something very important in our genes to really help the smaller. So we do it definitely through financial intermediation. But then also, as I said earlier, I mean, I love these advisory projects because it's not about money all the time. You know, money is there for sure, is a mean, but you know, we need to bring experience and expertise from all over the world to do changes which are again in line with EU mission and vision. And I mean, EU values at the end of the day, we are all Europeans, and that's why I love personally to bring much more advisory projects to help government to structure things, to do necessary reforms, and then we have the reforms and money comes, be it from us, from other donors, from EU, from everybody else.
Great, thank you. Joost, what are your thoughts here? Is there anything you want to add?
Well, I think it's a very valid question. But it goes beyond, indeed, the purely financial aspects. By the way, we are making experience right now with the Recovery and Resilience Fund, where we have a similar approach. Member states do reforms, and then they get payments based on those, but it's not always an easy ride, and there may be, you know, different expectations. There may actually be bottlenecks in implementing these reforms. So it's crucial, as I think previous speakers mentioned, to have the administrative capacity, the government capacity to get up to a higher speed. I did some analysis, you know, as we are now entering a new commission, and I looked at the speed of reaching the Copenhagen economic criteria over the last 5 years, just to make a reflection on how likely it is that over the next 5 years we will be there. And it has been very, very, very slow. And if the past trends are an indication, the criteria will in most cases not be met over the next 5 years. And it is our stated aim, I think Commissioner Vahili said so also, to have the enlargement at the end of this commission. So it is crucial to change speed, but it requires also a lot of investment from the local authorities here. And I think that is a real bottleneck. Apart from the pure financial, I think there to make this quantum leap, to kind of so to say to reach these goals faster, facilitated by extra carrots in the form of financial funds, but this really requires all attention, both by the Commission but also the member states here.
Domagoj, I want to change the question ever so slightly for you and use the fact that you represent a slightly different sector, and you're from Croatia, so you're sort of the regional representative on the stage, if you like. That responsibility falls to you. So for you, I'd like to get an idea of how this all looks from the regional perspective. So when administrations in the Western Balkans are taking on this mentorship and leadership and advice from the global community and the European community, how is it viewed? Where is the motivation to close the gap, to make sure that the outcomes that are being sought by the World Bank, the EBRD, etc., match with the national interest?
Thank you for that question. Well, I've been working on a lot of projects that are funded by the international institutions. And I don't want to be a party pooper, but I will give you the other side of the story. Yes, absorption capacity is the problem of administration, but it's due to many, many problems. But a lot of times I've been witnessing projects that are checkboxing and, you know, one size fits all. So I'm not pointing any fingers, don't get me wrong, esteemed gentlemen, but tailor-made projects are what you need to do. If something is implemented in Denmark and you think will be, you know, implemented here, you are so wrong that I cannot, you know, tell you how wrong you are. And insisting on doing the same at different places is a lot of times what is getting us nowhere. So tailor-made projects, deep understanding of the country where you are and what sort of help you are giving is what you have to do. I'm dealing with the projects, for example, of removing administrative barriers, regulatory reforms, and so on and so on. And I find out that one-size-fits-all approach is really leading to disaster. What you have a client country that is basically unhappy with the result of the project. You have a donor that is unhappy with the results, and us as a consultants frustrating as hell trying to balance between two. So yeah, absorption capacity is a problem. What I hear from the prime ministers or leaders of the project is, give me something that is tailor-made for me. Listen to me more. Listen, I've been on meetings where, for example, prime minister would say, or minister of economy, this is what we need, and the other side would say, no, this is what you're going to get. We have to abolish that approach.
Excellent. Okay, well, I did promise that I would give you an opportunity to put your questions if there are any. So now's the moment to raise your hand if you have a question for anybody up here on the stage. If you don't worry about it, because I've got plenty. But just in case there are any questions, I'd like to give you the opportunity to offer those. We have a gentleman here at the front. Identify yourself, David. You've got a microphone here. Or you can just shout it and I'll...
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll reserve my voice for later. So thanks for giving me the opportunity. I'm David from Roland Berger, the German-based consultancy. My question is basically, we see that China is stretching its fingers across the globe, not just across the global south, but also across various other countries of interest, which are of course also countries in the Western Balkans, as we all know. Is there a clear strategy, especially from the, I would call them, Western-based institutions, how to change strategies to more effectively and efficiently counter these efforts? This question would mainly go to the representatives of the Western institutions.
Okay, well, if everybody answers very briefly, then we'll get round everyone, but let's start with you.
I think, speaking on behalf of EU, in Kosovo, I think that Kosovo is specific in a sense that since it has not been recognized by China, our perception is that actually Chinese influence and Chinese presence in Kosovo is minimal and not very visible. So that's probably is different from other countries in the region. But I believe we do have a strategy. I think it's already 5 years or even more when the EU developed the strategy of how to deal with China. But also we have a specific strategy dealing with China in the region. So I think that there is a kind of way how to do it. And obviously there are two sides of this. One is how to make us more attractive as partners, but also look and make sure that when Chinese projects are being implemented here, that they are compatible with EU standards, and that it actually kind of helps to kind of let's say infrastructure and other, but it needs to be according to EU standards.
Peter.
Yes, it's important that the EU approach is changing, and it takes more and more into account how China is behaving in the region. And basically it also helps that with EU grant funding to large infrastructure projects, we can be more competitive with the Chinese offers and offering better value to the countries. In the long term, I think those competitive offers which are coming through the international financial institutions are definitely better value than those offers, those bilateral offers which are not tendered, and basically there is no choice of the country with whom it wants to complete these projects. But grant funding is very important for these large projects, otherwise these countries cannot afford to do these projects.
Visar.
China is an important member in our institution by all means. So I don't think that we have a specific policy about China itself individually. But I agree with Ambassador, of course, and being local here, Chinese presence in the country because of politics again, not because of business, is really super limited. So, I mean, maybe not super relevant for us as a country, but hopefully in the near future when we will get membership in UN and EU, things might change.
Just?
Well, of course, remember that Ursula von der Leyen said at the beginning of her mandate this will be a geopolitical commission. I think little did she know as the additional challenges we would get in later years, including with war, so it has become even more geopolitical. And it's, of course, against this background that the whole growth plan was conceived, to give a better and more appealing perspective to the Western Balkans to really look to the European Union as your privileged partner of the future. Nothing more to say than that.
Okay, thank you. Domagoj, briefly.
Well, it seems to me that we are a bit late to the party. We should have never let, as the EU, Montenegro go to the debt to the Chinese because of the building of the infrastructure. Ionian Adriatic highway should have been built long ago. With such projects, Europe would have said, this is ours. But unfortunately, it did not happen. So you have now disruptive elements in the region. And with a lot of promises and putting finger on the candidate country, saying, you are the only reason why you are not a member, is a wrong thing to do. I think we are in this together, and Europe has to have strategic interests beyond acquis communautaire. And this is what this crisis is showing us. Europe didn't have that. We were all about standards and meeting the requests, but strategic idea of what is Europe, what it is that belonged to us was never there. And that's the problem. And now we have third elements here, Chinese, Russians, and others, trying to preserve a status quo, trying to put this region in a state of frozen conflict that you might play with whenever it's necessary.
Wonderful, thank you very much. I'm going to, thanks very much for the question, by the way. It was an excellent question. We could have had a panel on it quite easily. Maybe we will next time. I want to finish off with developing, actually, Domagoj, from your last answer. And that is, we've discussed, and it's emerged very clearly from our discussion, that integration with Europe is critical. It is perhaps the critical driver of the future for this region. That being the case, is it time for the European Union perhaps to relax a little and to offer more compromise in the conditions it's setting? Is it more urgent to get that integration moving than it is to make sure there is, by every letter of the acquis compliance? Peter, I'm going to give this to you to start with, but do please be brief. Sorry, Peter. Domagoj.
I think it is. I think it is. This is a strategic decision, whether we want to leave this space as a black hole inside of the Europe, all around Western Balkans are the European countries, or whether we are ready to say, no, guys, let me bring you in. We have to find a way how to do it. Even in Europe, you have a Schengen space, you have monetary union, you have this and that. So basically, I think we have to find something that will fit both the Western Balkans countries so they feel they are in, and it will also, be something that secures the interest of Europe, not to have somebody in that doesn't meet the standards. So I think I would use more of a carrot rather than a stick to really encourage those countries for a change and make some programs and elements while they are in to foster reforms, to push for reforms, I don't know, by connecting into extraction of EU funds, no reforms, no money, for example.
Yeah.
Something like that. But strategically, I think everybody has to decide this is Europe too.
Just from inside the Commission. Do you think the balance is correct at the moment?
Well, no, as I said, when I looked at the past, this study about the progress in meeting the Copenhagen criterion, it's very slow. If we are going in this way ahead, it will also be very slow, and basically you would not be able to conclude in a few years' time that everyone is ready. So from my technical, economic perspective, I would say something has to change if the political goal is to bring them in. Either this means kind of reinterpreting these criteria, indeed, maybe some compromise necessary, some a bit more relaxed attitude, and or much more assistance, which is what we are doing through this growth plan, including to already giving access to the parts of the single market, to the SIPA, and fostering also regional integration. So this, I hope, will be a game changer to improve the preparedness on this side in close conjunction with Europe. So it has to probably be a combination, but yeah, obviously this is a high political issue which will also be decided by the new incoming commission.
Yeah, I think that echoes what Matteo Renzi was saying earlier on today about the need for change in the EU's setup. But let's move to Visa, your thoughts briefly on this question.
Well, if you allow me, I would like to reply as a local, not just as IFC representative here. Living here, raising my kids here, definitely I would support such idea. I mean, it's not the first time that the EU has done exceptions, historically. They have done exceptions for other countries in the East when they joined. I don't think that they all met all the criteria by EU 20 plus years ago. And I think geopolitically and strategically, I think it's a good move by all means to have the Western Balkans joining EU, even though if we don't take all the boxes as mentioned previously. I mean, the will, and you can see statistics, and they are like public information, who wants to really join EU, and Kosovo is by far #1 in the region that really we want to, we feel Europeans, we are Europeans, we want to join European Union. So I don't think, if, European Union closes a bit of eyes and let, 2 million people of Kosovo join European Union, I don't think it's a big hassle or big issue for anyone, or the same would be relevant for other countries. So fully supportive.
Thank you. Peter, briefly.
Experience shows that progress with the EU accession process is very important to keep support in the candidate or potential candidate countries for the EU accession. So basically, some flexibility is definitely needed, and much more support in progressing with the reforms which are necessary for the EU accession. And for this respect, the growth plan is very important because it is providing a very significant financial support. It is providing conditionality which is aiming at the key reforms which are necessary for the EU accession. But definitely, in the end, it will be a political decision which requires careful assessment and some flexibility, taking into account economic preparedness, but also the political context, when to let the Western Balkans join the EU.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. And Tomasz, final word for you.
Well,
a brief one, if you would.
I would actually suggest to look beyond the Western Balkans, because the enlargement is now actually one of the top priorities for EU, and I'm sure it will also be a priority for the next EU leadership. But the reason for that is actually also geopolitical and security one. We have actually, as a EU, decided to make enlargement part of our response to the war in Ukraine. I mean, we now are having Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia as the candidate countries. We are about to launch accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova. So we are on the verge of a seismic shift in EU and how the EU will look like. And given the size and given the problem and given the war, I think this process would be actually determined by our relationship with Ukraine. And this is simply obvious. And I think that the message for the Western Balkans is that, yes, we are going to enlarge. So this is the opportunity. Use this opportunity. Do everything to be part of that. I think this is the main message. There is also the other side of this coin, and this is actually for the first time ever in this European Commission annual report last year, but also the conclusions from December last year of European Council. You see enlargement and reforms of EU. as a interlinked process. So it's because with the Western Balkans and with other, we have now 10 potential new members. So moving from 27 to maybe 37 would require a completely different setup of how you make the decisions. And so those are two processes. Again, the train is leaving the station, so I think it's important the Western Balkans is part of that.
Excellent. Well, with apologies to my panel, opening up a can of worms at the end there, we could easily have talked for the rest of the day about that, but thank you very much for your responses. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you. Okay, well, let's move straight along to the next session, which links importantly with the themes that we've been talking about, and particularly with this theme of integration. You have potentially a powerhouse of a region here in terms of population, in terms of entrepreneurialism, in terms of size and strategic position, but there's a great deal of disconnection in the region between the countries physically and politically too. So the next session we're going to be looking at advancing sustainability, but we're going to be looking specifically at the areas of infrastructure, energy and financing. So a fascinating topic area, and we're going to be joined by the perfect group of people to help us work our way through these themes. So let me invite up to the stage our next panel. And first of all, we have Adam Schlussler, who is the head of the office of Romeo, France, who's a member of the European Parliament and chair of the delegation for relations with Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo at the European Parliament. You're very welcome. Please join me. Libon Aliu, who is the Minister of Environment, Spatial Planning and Infrastructure here in Kosovo. Minister, you're welcome too. Artan Rizvanoli, who is the Minister of Economy for Kosovo. I know you will forgive me for mangling the names. This is the best I can do. And Massimiliano Paolucci, who is the Country Manager for Kosovo and North Macedonia at the World Bank. And Sergei Maslijenko, who is the Regional Head of Kosovo at the EBRD. And Branko Ševrić, who is the Loan Officer and Portfolio Manager for Western Balkans and Turkey at the EIB. And finally, Stella Hagen, who is the Project Director for Trains and Trams at the YES EU Group. Welcome. We have a very large panel, a lot of people, but a fabulous, diverse selection of expertise, so I'm very much looking forward to it. To set the stage for us, I'm going to hand straight across to Adam Schlussler, who can tell us about the European Parliament's view on all of this. Adam, please, your introductory words. Thank you.
Yes. So maybe some of my words that I will have will sound a little bit harsh, so that's why I want to say at the beginning where a great majority of people in the European Parliament are standing. And this is also what was already mentioned, the path from Kosovo to the European Union is a path that we as a parliament also want. And this is something that I wanted to make clear. Now, regarding energy, transitioning is difficult for every country. The situation is following. So, in a significant move, the Kosovo Parliament has approved a new energy strategy that extends to 2031. The strategy is a crucial step in defining Kosovo's energy plans and vision for the future. And it outlines also the importance of renewable energy. What is a vision for Kosovo? And it is a change that is possible, especially if we focus on solar and wind energy, where we will also come later. But the strategy has also some difficulties and some issues regarding the current energy that we have and how realistic it is to go out of the current energy, and especially having in mind that by 2026 the carbon border adjustment mechanism in the power sector will be also in place. So Kosovo has a long way to go. Progress in aligning with EU on industrial pollution in this context, I wanted to highlight, and risk management has also been limited. Although the Assembly adopted the law on integrated prevention and control of pollution in March 23, the implementation of legislation on pollution prevention, control and accountability remains slow. And this is something, if we are looking at the energy sector, is very important to keep in mind. I just wanted to highlight one thing, because Romeo Franz is not only the chair of the delegation of the European Parliament for Kosovo and Bosnia-Herzegovina, but he's also the first Sinto in the European Parliament. And we mentioned before the conditionality that we are having. And I just wanted to highlight the incident, the poisoning incident in North Kosovo, where the role of the United Nations was more than bad. But nevertheless, it is important to mention it because especially minorities were facing this. This is now not in the energy sector, but I just wanted to highlight the conditionality, especially regarding also minorities in pollution. And Kosovo has made limited progress in aligning water legislation in the EU sectors. This is also an important point, also important for the energy sector we are talking about. And now I wanted to highlight something. The first step towards achieving goals towards a sustainable energy future is a functioning public administration. And there it is very important that the funds that will come in, that we have the structure here in place. So this is not a small thing, but this is crucial, and I just wanted to highlight it. Kosovo has some level of preparation, but not made real progress regarding public administration reform and the implementation legislative framework. Public administration reform across line ministries is still ineffective. And I'm looking at the time. Nevertheless, the future is hopeful. We talked about the action plan. We will hear more from the European Investment Bank as well, with the renewable project that is funded by the European Investment Bank with a couple of millions, and also with the KfW bank. And this can be a milestone, a lighthouse project for the entering a vision of renewable energy in Kosovo. The way is not easy. but we are hopeful, and yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Switch my microphone on. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for being frank. I think it's the best strategy, particularly at the start of a panel. It gives everybody an opportunity to respond, and to respond in the context of what you've said. So let's move along to our ministers, and first of all, Libon Aliu, Minister of Environment, Spatial Planning and Infrastructure for Kosovo. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure at first to be here in this panel and discuss about sustainability. And usually when we speak about sustainability, the first thing we have in mind is a kind of...
You may have to lean a little closer to your microphone just to make sure everybody can hear you.
So speaking about sustainability, the first thing that comes in your mind is doing kind of step back, a kind of zoom out and look at the differences and try to find the links, try to find the complementarities, and therefore these links mainly bring us to infrastructure. So planning and connecting different resources and diversities between the region, and this means going beyond on the regional level, even within the country, or on general on the region of Western Balkan countries. Kosovo is a place that its entire energy is produced by coal. This is going to be a topic of the next speaker, my Minister Artonis Vanoli, but I'm going to speak about the connectivity and transportation as a part of this sustainable development that we have put it on our goal on our development and economy. So Kosovo actually is in the center of Balkans, but when we look better at the corridors, it is in a way quite have been set it out. And therefore, our goal has been to bring this connectivity, to make links between corridors within the Balkans, and therefore create potentials for equal conditions for the countries to develop. In this aspect, we have been doing a lot of steps on the, like a multimodal transport strategy and ITS strategy in order to make sustainable this existing transport that we have. But on the other hand, we have been doing a lot on infrastructure projects that are making Kosovo more closer to European corridors. The two highways that already we have, Ibrahim Rugova and Orban Jaferi, are connecting us to the blue Ion Adriatic corridor in one hand and connecting us to Port of Durrës, and Corridor 8 and 10 to Skopje. Therefore, we are continuing with other projects that will connect us to Corridors 10. What is another important project that recently we have started with the Republic of Albania is the railway connectivity line that will connect Durrës and Pristina, and this means to connect Ion Adriatic corridor, two ports, quite important ports of Adriatic, like it is Bar in Montenegro and Durrës, to be connected among themselves with a project with EU that will connect them on the Vor-Honey-Hotet project, and this line will bring goods and passenger transport from these two ports to Pristina, and then to Skop, to Sofia, Varna, and north through Mitrovica, Leshak, to the Corridor 10 in Salzburg and Europe. Actually, doing these connectivity projects, this will make possible that entire ITS strategy to bring sustainability and make more sustainable the railway transport that for this next decade is going to be the main focus of our government. Until now, the focus was mainly only on highways. Actually, this will bring short roads, shortcuts, especially for Montenegrin
port of Bar that will very easily reach Varna port or Sofia through Pristina, and this will make actually a good opportunity for the entire region to have a better integration among communities and for different businesses. Pristina, region of Pristina as a potential hub within the region will bring actually a better conditions even for a better transition for the energy, because this area is actually at the now where we are exploiting the coal. If we are planning to stop exploitation of the coal by 2050, then there should be something else there in that area, and that area is exactly on the crossroad in the Balkan, and that will make the potential hub and area for the economical growth and development for the entire region. This will actually then bring down boundaries, and will make a better connectivity from all ports, especially on the time when we have been facing the situation in Ukraine and the necessity of the transportation, of sustainable transportation that we have been facing with these difficulties. On the other hand, yes, between Pristina and Durrës there won't be any Chinese influence, so I think this will be another good element of this entire thing. So thank you. We might continue further on other details.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's move along to the Minister of the Economy for Kosovo, Artan Rizvanoli. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here today. Also, opportunity to reflect a bit on the past 2 years. 2 years ago, in this very forum, we were sitting here and talking about how to navigate economic vulnerabilities at a time of geopolitical instability. 2 years later, I wish that I could say that the situation is better in some sense. But on the other hand, I think that there are accomplishments both in Kosovo and in Europe that we can be proud of how we managed these last 2 years. So on the one hand, while the world is more fragmented geopolitically and economically, we have overall navigated successfully the last 2 years, I would say. At that time, the main issue was dealing with the following winter, reducing demand and reducing dependency on Russian gas and oil for Europe particularly. This has been successfully done, I would say, due to unusually swift policies by the EU, which we are all thankful for, but also other factors. On the other hand, 2 years later, there are also concerns, particularly with regard to competitiveness of green technologies. We are now at a time when production of solar panels is pretty much finished in Europe. Now batteries and EVs from China are flooding the market, most likely pure dumping. And we're at a time when also wind turbines from China are seriously threatening competitiveness of European but also US manufacturers. Now, while in the US we have a clear industrial policy emerging for a while now to deal with this, in Europe, unfortunately, we don't see the same kind of agility, and we hope that for the sake of all of us, this will change soon. For Kosovo, I would say that over the last 2 years, we've had a lot of development and a lot of achievements that we can be proud of. If I go back to the previous conference here, one of the key issues was reducing demand, particularly by households. I'm happy to say that that year already by awareness campaigns, but also by subsidizing efficient appliances, we managed to stabilize demand from households, which used to be growing at a rate of up to 2 digits annually before that. 2 years ago, I was sitting here sharing general policy directions that were very ambitious. Since then, with regard to renewables and energy efficiency, particularly as the two areas of investment which we saw from the beginning as no-regret investments. 2 years later, I'm happy to say that these policy directions are now clearly set in the strategy, which was approved by Parliament last year, but also we have made important steps in implementing the strategy and making this a strategy which is an ambitious one. I truly believe also one that is implementable and that one that we are in right direction to achieving. This 2 weeks ago, we concluded a successful, more than successful, first solar auction for a 100 megawatt solar plant. We are preparing now the first wind auction, but also in the meantime, we have prepared a pipeline of future wind auctions that will take place in publicly owned land. So with this, we are securing a pipeline of projects which in wind, which tends to be more complex and riskier, and therefore more government involvement is needed. But also, of course, it takes a lot more time in planning and constructing, and therefore now is the right time to put all our efforts on developing and preparing new wind capacities. At the same time, we have progressed well in 3 very important projects. One 100 megawatt plant at KEK, our publicly owned company, which currently produces 100% from coal, and a 50 megawatt thermal district heating plant in Pristina, which will add to the capacity but also increase the efficiency of current district heating system. And the 170 megawatt battery storage project for secondary and tertiary reserves. The tenders for all 3 EPC contracts will be coming out later this year or early next year, and this means that we are well on track with regard to renewable energy. With regard to energy efficiency, we've had record investment in efficiency appliances, insulation of homes in public buildings, all of these in record levels, and this will continue to do so year after year over the next years.
Thank you, and spot on time as well. Excellent. Let's move along to Massimiliano Paolucci from the World Bank. Your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be such a distinguished panel. A lot of the things that have been discussed today are part of what I'm going to say, but I just want to make one point, and building on what Minister Rizvanoli was saying. She was focusing on the last 2 years, but if we look at the progress that the country has made since the 1990s, it is impressive. We have a country that was a low-income country, and it's now an upper middle income country with its own challenges. But to achieve such a progress in a relatively short period of time, it speaks actually to the dynamism of the country and the dynamism of the economy. Now, the past years have seen, as we all know, a multiplication of crises. The region has withstood these crises in different ways. But what we see is that from 2023, where growth has lagged behind, if you wish, even if at 2.6%, it wasn't an impressive growth, we are now seeing an increase in prospects leading to 3.2% at the end of 2024, and we estimate that growth will reach 3.8% in 2026. Is this enough for the region? No. It is not enough because, as we heard before, it will take a long time for the region to bridge the gap between, with the EU in terms of per capita income. So depending on the country, we're talking about decades, 2 decades, 3 decades, but it's a long time. And that presuming that countries will continue growing at these percentages. So what would it take for this gap to be actually closed earlier? It would take these countries to grow more faster, to be more productive. We heard it before, to create more jobs, better value jobs and better paid jobs. So, and that, if we unpack this concept, means 2 things. More regional integration, we've heard about it time and again today, and structural reforms. Let me focus on 2 aspects of regional integration that are important and also highlight what we've been doing in the region. First is trade and transport facilitation. Regional integration is important because countries, as we know, will be able to access bigger markets. They will have stronger bargaining power. But trade and transport facilitation is the starting point of all this. We calculated that simply by reducing the transit time at the borders, the equivalent, by 2 hours, we will have the same effect of reducing tariffs by 2%, or, said in other words, an increase of GDP that averages between 1.5 and 3%. That's huge. What would it take there? Investments in infrastructure to facilitate border crossing, intelligent transport system, and cutting of red tape at the border. Another dimension of regional integration, we heard it also before, is regional payment systems. That is essential. It has to go, however, and all the countries have been working on this also in the context of the Berlin process, and we are supporting that process. But that will have to go together with a deepening of financial and capital markets. Kosovo, until very recently, did not have access to international markets, as we know. The investment rating came very recently. So that is important, but that has to go in tandem with a deepening of the domestic capital market, where financial intermediation is still very shallow and is dominated by the banking sector only. Another dimension that I wanted to discuss, and we alluded to that, is energy, the energy sector. When we talk about energy sector, yes, the transition to renewables is important, but we also have regional integration. And for countries with a small markets, like the ones in the Western Balkans, regional integration is a key. Kosovo has made progress with that, with Albania. It could be, the progress could be even faster and bigger with the northern neighbor of Serbia. We know the constraints there, but regional integration is part of the decarbonization story of this country. Let me just mention 2 other things. Regional integration, infrastructure development is all important issues, but without investing in people, we will not go very far. Kosovo's human capital development is 0.57, which means that a child born today will be 50% productive at the age of 18, simply because the quality of education and health is not where it should be. Investing in people is the best investment that a country can make. And finally, digitalization. Kosovo is the only country in the region and one of the few countries in the world, in Europe, that has achieved 100% coverage of the digital broadband. This is an important achievement. Not enough, though. Now we need to go to the next step, which is digitalization of services, digitalization of financial services, digitalization of education. The country can do it. The young population, it has a young population that can actually reap the benefit of digitalization and move the needle forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for those words. Let's move along to Sergei Maslichenko from the EBRD. You're the head of the regional head for Kosovo. Your thoughts, please, on this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. A lot has been said. I will share a perspective from the EBRD point of view. I just wanted to start with a probably personal note. I'm Ukrainian. I came from Ukraine with my family 15 months ago. to Kosovo to lead EBRD operations, and I was really impressed by the country and by huge opportunities available in the country for infrastructure, for green energy. Before, I was leading green energy or green agenda in EBRD for Eastern Europe, but was based in Kiev. So this is a familiar topic, and I think Kosovo really has a bright future, and this is what EBRD is trying to help. And focusing on this topic of this discussion, I would like to say that infrastructure is an enabler. It's enabling infrastructure to do more business, to attract more investments, to drive economic growth, to increase GDP growth, and to create opportunities for local companies, for SMEs, and so on. I think this investment in infrastructure with development partners should be prioritized by the government. I think as EBRD, we are the largest investor among international financial institutions in the public infrastructure. We do a lot. We help the government. We work on several projects. But I believe we can do much more. Just to give you an example, for example, nowadays we have 1-2 projects, 20 million wastewater treatment plants. At the same time, in Bosnia and Herzegovina and North Macedonia, we have 200 million projects in infrastructure. I think this we can do more here, and EBRD, we have a good office, 20 people with a huge experience in the region, and with implementation support, I think we can help more to not only to get money, but to implement the project, which is an issue in all the region in terms of capacity, how you manage the project, and so on. Another point I would like to make is POE, public-owned enterprises. It was mentioned before. I think it represents a huge potential also for investments. I mean, reforming POEs, making them commercially viable, or putting some of them on for privatization will create a lot of opportunities, I think, for local companies, for foreign investors, and will bring more investments in this respect. So we as EBRD work with several, and I think the government can also speed up the process of reforms and be open to attract foreign investors in this particular sector. And the last point I would like to make, of course, renewable energy was heavily discussed today. So far, you probably know EBRD has financed 2 wind farms. This is the only large-scale renewable energy, but I believe energy assets in the country since Kosovo be 1980s, I believe. But that was done by private sector. That was done on that time on the simple framework for feed-in tariff, but I think EBRD was also instrumental to help to create this framework and also to draft a power purchase agreement. And I wanted to say that a trust to the private sector, I think, is very important here, because private sector can deliver many more projects. We already saw many potential developers. So we are talking about 100 megawatt, 150 megawatt projects, but for the last year I saw like 10 different companies with a total volume of 1,000 megawatts, so 10 times more. And they're ready, some of them already developing the projects, but through private channels, through so-called corporate power purchase agreement. And they would like to see also some improvements in regulation. I mean, just passing the feedback from them that still the process of getting permits, construction permit, etc., is very bureaucratic, is very difficult, and they can build much more and much faster, and they're flexible to make Kosovo green. And I think this should be prioritized by the government. And I believe energy strategy is very ambitious and very good, but we believe that private sector is the key to deliver the ambitious energy target and through private sector. At the same time, at the EBRD, we work a lot with both private sector and public sector, actually, to give you some flavor. Around 80% of our projects in the private sector, and because Kosovo is dominated by small and medium enterprises, we invest a lot through commercial banks. You know, I am happy to see here our friends and partners from BPB, from ProCredit, and other banks, we channel a lot of money with EU funds together, so we blend in one product and also provide technical assistance, consultants to help prepare these projects. And even through these commercial bonds, we manage to finance 50 megawatt of solar roof PV projects. We've managed to finance through credit lines to residential buildings, to population, also more than 600 projects. So the sector, private sector, is really developing, and there are good achievements to see. And my advice, again, to the government to trust and let them do the work, and they will install many more projects, and which is important for the country because it's decentralized energy. They will be located in many places. It's not just one place. And I think with a good regulatory environment, with a good prioritization, we can achieve more together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Let's move straight along to Branko Severic, Loan Officer, Portfolio Manager at the Western Balkans and Turkey for the EIB. Do forgive my pronunciation of your name. I'm sure I got it wrong. Feel free to correct me.
Very good. Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure really to be here, such an esteemed panel and distinguished guest. A lot has been said. I think I was asked by the organizer maybe to illuminate a bit more on the role of the EIB in the development of infrastructure projects. I mean, with that I can refer most certainly to some of the previous presentations in the previous panel, and also introductory remark by the organizers posing a question whether the geopolitics have an impact on the development of projects and particularly economies of Western Balkans. I think we concluded definitely the answer to that is yes. So I believe that what is the role here by the EIB, I think also other respective financial organizations, is that it basically operates in a contra-cyclical way when it comes to infrastructure projects. So in these uncertain times when there's a lot of uncertainty in relation to inflation, to costs, capex is going, of infrastructure projects is going significantly up. The cost of funding is going up. Basically, it's a prominent role of all the IFIs to even scale up its financial and technical support, because everybody that's involved in the development infrastructure project knows that any big project which stands still or is in an impasse situation for several months has a huge adverse implications. So how does the EIB basically target this particular sector? Of course, by virtue of concessional financing under preferential terms, and with the long maturities of its loans that meet the economic life or even exceed the economic life of the projects. And more importantly, we are blending our loans with the grants that are provided also by the European Commission and mostly channeled through the Western Balkans investment framework. I think the colleague from the previous panel, presented, and we applaud the expedite measure by the Commission to adopt the new reform and growth facility, which will utilize around additional 3 billion of funds that will be made available to the Western Balkans and also Kosovo for grant financing of the infrastructure projects. And the third, I think, very important role of EIB is basically the technical assistance that it brings to the promoters and the countries, both in terms of project preparation and project implementation. I think that is very important because, as we know, not like ordinary commercial banks, the IFIs have also sector engineers, economists that help to prepare projects and make sure that projects are not only technically and economically viable, but also that they meet the highest social and environmental standards, and that they, of course, are procured in accordance with the best practices. Here, I would like to also highlight that the EIB is also partnering with the European Commission in a so-called JASPERS advisory service, which provides also to Kosovo and other Western Balkan countries the option for support in the preparation of strategies and programs in different sectors, including infrastructure, and also preparing the projects and in respect to capacity building. There was something said about capacities of public administration and also in the previous iterations. Maybe just to also present briefly let's say the key intervention areas. I think definitely, let's say the most important one recognized by the EU and the countries, including Kosovo, is of course sustainable transport, investments in transport. As already mentioned by the minister, the bank also supports the Kosovo's links to TNT core and pan-European networks. In this regard, there were already some investments made in the past in the road sector, definitely shifting the transport to sustainable to sustainable transport such as railways. The bank here provided also a facility for the rehabilitation of Route 10, which goes through entire Kosovo. I believe it's 150 kilometers. And also in the future, the bank is willing to support also intermodal transport solutions, including the urban transport development and inland waterway transport. I think the second sector, which is some kind now being highlighted, is of course the energy sector. I think here we see DAB, same as other partners. I think there are key investments in basically four intervention areas. One is increasing the renewable energy capacity of the country, which will allow it to phase out from coal dependency. One of the projects we're very proud of, we're working together with KfW, was already mentioned today, is the solar power plant, which is being developed in the outskirts of Pristina, where also a grant funding was provided by the European Commission. We're also developing several wind farms across the Western Balkans, most notably in Bosnia. Second area, very important now, I think it also recognized within the Reform and Growth Facility by the Commission, is strengthening of the distribution grids to be able to sustain all this additional capacity, and also rehabilitating and developing new transmission lines, which will allow the integration of regional electricity markets. Conscious of time, maybe the third and very important intervention that we would like to work on is also the just transition in the energy sector. So these are the comprehensive projects which target the coal regions and do not support only the repurposing of the land and gradual closure of the mines, but also deal with the most important aspect, that is dealing with the social economic challenges of such just transition, making sure nobody's left behind. So dealing with the coal mines, with the coal workers and the communities, supporting retraining, reskilling, etc. So this is the project we're developing in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and hopefully we can also replicate in other countries, including Kosovo. Apologies for being a bit over my time, and thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, well, let's move along to our final panelist for this session, Stella Hagen, who is the Project Director of Trains and Trams, the YES EU group. You can keep us on the rails and take us to a happy terminus. Yeah, I believe you have a PowerPoint, is that correct?
Yes, I had some few slides I had to show you. Yeah,
excellent.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished and honored guests, it's a really honor for me to be here to speak with you on how battery-operated trains can be an important part of the investments in future e-mobility. The next one, please. I will have a short introduction of YES EU and of me, and then I will tell you about some possibilities what battery trains can do within investments here in Kosovo and other countries in the area. Next, please. YES EU is a leading provider within e-mobility solutions. We have kept on for more than 50 years within electric buses. We have started up in Iceland and the northern part of Europe. And I am from Norway, and as you maybe know, 95% of all cars sold in Norway are fully electric. And more than 50%, thank you, more than 50% of all cars on the road are fully electric. So we are a pioneer within electric vehicles and electric buses. And I think Kosovo can be the same within battery and energy saving systems maybe. And we hope so. And also within batteries and trains. So this is just a short introduction of me. I worked several years in KPMG within strategy and within transport and public transport and infrastructure investments. Also worked for the national government, and more than 25 years as a politician, and doing a lot with the incentives and what have impact and what does not when you're doing investments in e-mobility solutions. And also 17 years or 16 years in the army. So that's also an important role when we say about the data security within these systems. Yes, that's my background as well. As you can see, it's a lot of military introduction here. Well, some of you are politicians, and you maybe know that you have signed an agreement, the Paris Agreement. This is the symbol of the Paris Agreement. And a lot of politicians, they are struggling to deliver the results. How can we fulfill the goals that are set up in the Paris Agreement? And if you know, a lot of lines, railway lines around Europe, they are not electrified. They are operated by battery trains. And what's a huge cost for every government is to electrify those lines. They are very often in rural areas with a low density of people and also with low traffic. So it's a high cost to invest to electrify those lines. Or also if you're constructing new lines, you will see that it's a huge part of the investment is to electrify the lines with sticks, cables, and everything you need to operate the electric train. I will not go into detail of the project that we are working on, but just to show you some figures. Because the government of Norway has 3 lines that they are calculated on what the cost will be. This is existing lines. They have been there for more than 100 years. But this is existing lines operated by diesel trains. What will it cost to electrify them? And for those 3 lines, they have now 2 billion euros. 2 billion euros it will cost to electrify these existing lines. And that's of course, even for Norway, and a very high cost to do so. And they postponed it every year. So then we say the solution is just to replace the diesel trains with battery trains. That's the solution. You don't have to use $2 billion to invest in these lines, to electrify them. Use battery trains. It's totally zero emission. It's much more sustainable than the trains that's operating there today. And this is also a project that I want to tell you about. This is a project in Albania, and it's also connected to Pristina, where we are now, of course. This is a line under construction from the city of Tirana to the airport and to the coast city Durrës, the coastline on Albania, and also connected to Pristina. And we are telling that we are finding out that more normal you will save 40% of the cost when you invest in a line which is electrified. So if we can go to the government and say to them, if you construct this line, but you're using battery trains instead of electrified trains, then you can save 40% of the costs that you can use on other things to get also sustainable solutions. We think that's a very huge option, and if we will invest in this line, we can of course also do the service for batteries and the service for trains. We can do it here in Kosovo. We can assemble the batteries and have service on the batteries on these trains here in Kosovo or in the area. So this is a huge possibility for the governments in all Europe to much more quick replace old-fashioned trains, diesel trains, with new and bright technology like battery trains. And that is about 20,000 passengers going from this airport every day. So think about what kind of impact it will have if you replace the 20,000 people going there today with a car, and they can go with a battery train instead. All the tourists is going from Tirana Airport to the coast. That will be a huge impact on the emission and with much more sustainable solutions. And I also mentioned for the short this is the maintenance machines and the terminal machines. They are also operating today with diesel, so it's much easier to use them and replace them with battery-operated machines. That's no problem, because they are working today because the electricity is cut because they work on it, or it's a new line they're working on, so they are operated by diesel, but it's no problem to use them with batteries. And this is the same. You see also other machines like this. The municipalities and the governments can use their power in tender processes, and they do, to buy more sustainable solutions. And this is the last slide. This is not happening today. If I ask you how many people here in this room has driven an electric car, that's not very many. But in 5 years, maybe very many of you have, like it is in Norway. So this is a highway. This is a highway to, not to hell, but to L, electricity. And if you see what the municipality of Oslo says, if we can use and buy these machines, we will replace all of our old machines with new machines. And that's the point today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and that was a very interesting and timely presentation of some of the practical opportunities and solutions there are out there to help us move towards a net zero future, which is really what underlies the whole discussion. We have a bit of time, but not very much, and I want to focus on our ministers. I think you know, having you here is fantastic. It's a great opportunity for us to get a local perspective, which is what I want to do. I'm going to ask a couple of questions, I hope. I think it's important, if we can, to give you an opportunity as well to put a question. It's not every day you get this opportunity. So from the audience, I'm happy to take a question after I've had my go. And I will invite you to do that. So have your question in mind, please. Make sure it's a question and it's brief, and that you know who you want to answer it. Okay, well, let's move along. First of all, to Ms. Rizvanoli, Minister of the Economy. Thanks, first of all, for your presentation, and it was interesting. I've been reflecting as well on the fact that it's 2 years ago since we were here, and you know, reflecting on how things have moved on, the global situation, but also the situation here in Kosovo. And you referenced that quite a lot, and you said, you know, you've done an awful lot over the last 2 years in government. What I'd like you to tell us a little bit about is your strategic plans for the next 2 years. So if we're back here in 2 years' time, what's going to be different? What are you going to have achieved? What are your priorities for the next 2 years? Generally, but also in terms of supporting energy efficiency investments across the economy.
Thank you.
An easy question.
Yes, interesting question. I would say 2 years from now, the auction which I mentioned, the contracts for which was signed just a few weeks ago, will be in operation. By then, we will have signed the contracts for an additional at least 150 megawatts of wind in a PPP format, which is something that I also referred to earlier in my speech. The construction of batteries will have started. Construction of the other solar PV and solar thermal projects will be underway. And by that time, we should be launching a publicly site-specific wind auction or two, which we are currently preparing. In terms of energy efficiency, We will be expanding the existing schemes that we have with regard to appliances, home insulation, and also public buildings. We aim that in the next 5 years, we aim to implement energy efficiency measures in all our public buildings. In the over 100 buildings that we have implemented over the last 2 years, we have savings as high as 60 or 70% in some of these buildings, along with, of course, increase of comfort for thousands, tens of thousands of beneficiaries, including school kids, patients and staff in hospitals, and many other buildings. One challenge in efficiency is going to be scaling up investment. So for this, we have several models that we have currently, but also that we are planning for the future. For for buildings owned by the central government, these will be completed through grants. For locally owned, municipal-owned buildings, this will be conducted through the evolving scheme that we have, where municipalities, whereby our Kosovo Energy Efficiency Fund implements the projects, and then the municipality pays back what they would have, the savings from the project over the next 15 years. But for the residential sector and for the SME sector, so far we have focused only on grants of up to 50% depending on the scheme, which has had a huge impact also on raising awareness. These are pilot schemes that we conducted last year and over the last 2 years with regard to residential sector. We had subsidies of 45 to 50%, which enabled over 2,000 households to implement efficiency measures. And 80% of these houses, of these families, actually did not have insulation. This was also a means of targeting, because in lack of a better targeting strategy, we designed it in a way that households that lived in a house for more than 2 years or more but did not have insulation had this opportunity. In the next phases, we cannot rely solely on public funding or not such high grants. Therefore, an evolving scheme which is continuing on the one hand, on the other hand, having a mixed model and more partnerships with the banking sector and microfinancial institutions, but not only will combine grants and credit to make this financially more sustainable in order to achieve, again, our 2031 ambitious energy efficiency targets.
Great. Let's move along, Mr. Aliu. I would argue that infrastructure is central, fundamental everywhere, in every country in the world. But for Kosovo, it must be a particularly critical area, alongside maybe education. There are probably few portfolios that are more important in the government. And you must want to do everything, everywhere, all at once. There's so much to be achieved. So just in terms of the balance that you find between domestic development and international connectivity, for example, how do you prioritize? What are your priorities? Where are you focused for the next couple of years?
Well, actually, when we think and speak about connectivity and linking it to the sustainability, let me just say, for example, the port of Durrës, at the moment, 30% of the entire cargo shipment from the port of Durrës is coming to Kosovo. And this is since we have built the highway that connects Durrës to Pristina. If the connectivity projects will be finished in time as we are planning, then the entire region will use the cargo shipment transport from both ports of Bar in Montenegro and in Durrës for the entire region. And combining it with a sustainable transport as a railway one that we are now more focused in, this will actually have a direct impact on emissions. And this interesting idea about the batteries on the trains, this is also a project that immediately opens the idea of the innovation that we need for our energy transition. Kosovo is fifth largest, we have the fifth largest basin of the lignite in the world, and we will have to close it. 95% of our energy is produced by coal. And what is another issue is that we are lacking water. We cannot build our baseload sustainability energy production only with renewables without batteries. We are building a big battery, actually, and this will make possible our energy transition. But without these innovative ideas, different batteries in the cars and everywhere that will use the night production of energy to balance the peaks or use the renewable energy to put it on batteries and to use whenever you want it, actually it's not going to be that easy to achieve this green transition that as we are planning. So at first, connectivity without having in mind borders and just connecting as much as we can these lines. So if we will think what is the priority is achieving the full connectivity on highways, that will mean the new highway that is about to be built in Pristina will connect two highways and will make direct connectivity from Durrës to Buenos or Niš in Corridor 10 in Serbia, and then therefore is Sofia and Varna. And the same one in parallel to that, the railway connectivity. And what is the crucial on this entire network connectivity project is the railway connection between Durrës and Pristina that actually is on the end of its phase, and we are just seeing the different options, and we are lucky that after 2 years, I hope that this is going to be already on the process of
Okay, well, we will check in on that in 2 years' time. We are really out of time, but I did promise you a question, so I'm going to offer that opportunity. If there's anybody in the room who has a question for our panel, now is your moment. Apparently not. I suspect that because everybody knows it's lunch next, people are suppressing their curiosity in favor of their hunger. So I think to do them all a favor, we should call it a day for this panel. We will be going to lunch now, and we'll be back after an hour or so, so keep an eye out for when we're ready to get going again. But before we do break, please join me in thanking what's been an excellent panel. Thank you very much.